Good morning. I will now call this Valentine's Day meeting for February 14th, 2023 to order, work session to order. We'll start by reading our Who Are We statement. We are the Polk County Leadership Governance Team. If we were to pick one phrase to define us, it would be student-centered, because when we come together to work, we lean on our diverse backgrounds and experiences to ensure that our decisions are focused on providing a high-quality education for all students. The four most important things to our governance team are operating with integrity, respecting our students, staff, families, and each other, establishing a culture where our stakeholders feel valued, supported, and have opportunities for personal and professional growth, and supporting an approach of continuous improvement to ensure student outcomes. Collectively, we need to work on behalf of the children we serve and find avenues of agreement so that we can govern the district in an effective manner. There is no acceptable alternative. We will always collaborate in a respectful manner in order to enhance opportunities for each student and staff member. We will not disparage others. Our students will thrive because we will remain committed to supporting the whole child. We hope to engage and empower our students and stakeholders to create a community of lifelong learners. And with that, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Hyde.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, and community members. Thank you for being here this morning. I know many of you are grateful that this is only a workshop and we do not have to go into an actual school board meeting this evening. So gentlemen, you're still on the hook for Valentine's Day dinner and celebrations with your wives. I know I am, and I want to wish my wife a very happy Valentine's Day. Our first two guests with us this morning has been consistent with our policy. We've been inviting our community-based partners in to share and basically get some free marketing so that our community knows about the extensive number of partnerships we have in our community. We have, and I think you've seen to date, so many, the variety, I should say, of opportunities and partnerships that we have established is quite impressive. So no matter what interests our students have or their families have, we have faith-based partners, we have partners like you're going to hear today, who really go above and beyond to support our students. We have tutoring, we have all kinds of intervention services, YMCA, Boys and Girls Club. I mean, it's quite extensive. And so as you know, we're capturing all of these, and they'll be housed on a section of our website as we reach out and fulfill our goals and objectives for our strategic plan for engaging our families and community members so that they know what all these opportunities are. And as we get closer to the end of the school year, hard to believe, many of our families will be using this information to make important decisions about types of camps and programs for summer for their children to participate in. So it's my pleasure this morning, as a scout myself, and I was not a Girl Scout, I was a Boy Scout. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce this morning, we have Rebecca Brown, Chief Operating Officer from the Girl Scouts of, was it West Central Florida? That's what I thought, okay. And then are you joined by Michelle Patton as well?
So I'm Michelle. Rebecca,
okay,
unfortunately, isn't feeling well, so she wasn't able to make the drive over from Tampa, but I live here in Lakeland, so I'm going to present on our behalf.
Thank you for being here, and the
Absolutely.
floor is yours. Board members will either ask questions, they'll save their questions for the end, and I'll manage the speakers list, so just look to me, and then individual board members may have either praise or questions or comments for you, okay? Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. And happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Really happy to be here and be a part of your strategic plan. Today we're going to talk about Girl Scouts and what we're doing to build girls of courage, confidence, and character here in Polk County. Our agenda is just to review our Girl Scout model and outcomes and talk about our presence here in Polk County and discuss some potential partnerships and how we can increase Polk County families at our upcoming STEMapalooza, increase Girl Scout engagement at schools to promote improved student outcomes and increased family engagement, and increase awareness to families in Polk County about this amazing program. And we'll have some time at the end for wrap-up and questions. Girl Scouts' mission is long, strong, and proud, 110 years. Girl Scouts build girls of courage, confidence, character who make the world a better place. And how do we do that? Our outcomes through our programs and initiatives, through STEM, outdoor, learning life skills, and our entrepreneurship programs, our girls learn a sense of self, positive values, challenge seeking, building healthy relationships, and community problem solving. So what is the Girl Scout leadership experience? Our evidence-based model describes what girls do in Girl Scouts, who they do it with, how they do it, and how they benefit. This is our model for the high value leadership experience that we want for all of our girls. Through a variety of activities with supportive relationships, going through our girl-led cooperative learning and learn by doing processes, we expect all girls to have the same outcomes, coming out with a strong sense of self, positive values, again, challenge seeking, building healthy relationships, and of course, looking at our community problems to help solve those. Currently, we have 1,376 Girl Scouts currently registered across Polk County. A map of the schools that we have here in Polk County, I'm sure you're familiar with. We have 1,000 of those girls are in volunteer-led troops and almost 400 in our community-based troops. We've got some pictures we wanted to point out, we wanted to show to the board. These are the girls that are doing things to give back to the community, looking at problems in the community and what they can do to solve those problems and the positive impact that they can make. Anything from taking the cookie boxes from the 1,000 cases of cookies they picked up and sold through their entrepreneur program and turning it into scratching posts for cats in shelters and whatnot, making survival bags for the homeless, working in food kitchens. But then again, we also have our girls having those leadership experiences either through STEM or the Flying High Circus event where they're courageous and brave, having age-appropriate activities for our middle and high school girls to visit Sun and Fun, Skylab, all these wonderful partnerships that we're lucky to have here in Polk County. Data shows that having Girl Scouts in schools boosts family engagement in our students' education. It improves their academic outcomes. It improves their attendance. And it improves their social skills, thus improving the overall climate in the schools. We partner through a grant from United Way of Central Florida, and through their DIME system that you're familiar with that helps us tabulate and really put a number to our outcomes. Instead of it makes us feel good, what is it really doing? And through those outcomes and using the DIME system, we know that Girl Scouts in schools help our girls, they have better attendance, higher FSA scores, higher STAR reading and math, and they also perform better on a daily basis with fewer referrals as well. So we have the data that proves that these programs, although they're not tutoring, still have a positive academic impact on our girls. So how can girls participate in Girl Scouts? We have our community partner troops, which are troop meetings led by our staff members and partner volunteers. They're often free to girls. They can happen during the school day or at one of our after-school programs like PACE, Boys and Girls Club. The volunteer-led troops, because volunteers make the world go around in Girl Scouts, we have troop meetings led by parent and neighborhood volunteers. They can occur on a school or on a community-based site, usually funded by the participants, although we do have funding for those who need it. Currently, the list you see is our school year troops in the recreation clubs, boys and girls clubs, but also inside the schools. We're really very happy to get our troops started back up at Crystal Lake, and congratulations to you all for that accreditation. I know that's something that we can all be very proud of. But we also have some room to grow. We lost some numbers during COVID, like a lot of other agencies, and we really are putting the investment in to bring those numbers back up. And in pink are the schools that we're working to get into currently. And these are funded by a grant from United Way of Central Florida, which is evidence-based grant, the Florida Department of Education, and Girl Scouts of West Central Florida. STEMapalooza is coming up on April 15th. It's tax day, and we're partnered with Florida Polytech to host again. Last year we had 1,300 attendees, and really we're trying to spark that love for STEM in children early in their academic careers. It was hosted at Florida Polytech. It included hands-on activities, a university tour, and a Women in STEM panel. So how can we grow our partnerships and collective impact in our Polk County schools? Some of the things I would like to bring to you all to consider as you move forward, and also to put out there for our parents using this as a reference. We would really like the opportunity to bring 100 more kindergarten girls to STEMapalooza, planting the seeds of love for STEM early, giving them that tactile opportunity, and also looking at that beautiful campus and thinking of what they want to be. Create more school-based Girl Scout community troops at 3 more elementary schools this year, engaging at least 100 more girls and families. And we really want to push forward the initiative to increase our older girl participation and get more middle school girls involved in Girl Scouting troops, thus supporting an improved school climate and student engagement. We've got a long history, and we're very proud of that with our traditional values. We have community partners that we're very proud to work with here in Polk County. Of course, you are considered one of our partners, and we appreciate your continued support. PACE Center for Girls, the Early Learning Coalition, United Way of Central Florida, Florida Polytech, the Boys and Girls Club, City of Frostproof, and the Polk Education Foundation. One of the things that United Way of Central Florida, which is based out of Tampa, serving 8 counties, has done to really improve and put a focus on Polk County and all of the wonderful resources that we have here and the students, the opportunity for growth is adding more leadership based here in Polk County. So you have myself, I'm the regional vice president. I started with United Way in January after retiring from 20 years of service with Public Supermarkets. I have 2 full-time community managers who help support the service units. And then joined with me today is Taylor Mills. You want to say hi? Taylor started with us the end of last year. She's a full-time program coordinator, and her job is to deliver those programs inside the schools. And then we also have 2 part-time program coordinators who deliver programs throughout Polk County. Questions and discussion. How can we continue to be a part of your strategic plans, and what can we do to build this relationship, deliver programs in more of our schools, and communicate the opportunities that girls have here in Polk County?
Board Member Sharpless.
So first, I want to say, as an Eagle Scout myself, I know the value that scouting can bring to a community and to the participants. So I want to thank you first for partnering with Polk County Public Schools and having some of your troops in our schools, specifically helping our young females get into the STEM and get excited about STEM. I think it's a huge advantage that Girl Scouts brings to our school system. I'm also really happy to see that on that list of schools, there's quite a few schools from my district there, so I'm very proud of that. And one final thing, I got to tell you, this week I bought some Girl Scout cookies. Delicious. So make sure you're all going out there and support these Girl Scouts.
Rebecca was supposed to bring the cookies, so of course I had to text her, and I'm like, you're going to send me into this school board meeting without any cookies. Having been with Publix for 20 years and bleeding green, a lot of my cohorts were really surprised that I was joining Girl Scouts. And one of the things that I really like about Girl Scouts is that they're data driven. We do things that feel good, but we are making decisions based on data. So when you're talking about the schools and the schools that we're targeting in pink, that's based on financial data, personas, what kind of experience do those communities want? Because the one thing we know about Polk County is it's huge and it's diverse. So, you know, the Girl Scout troop that wants to do a lot of STEM and they want to do glamping might not be the same as the troops that I met last night in the northeast part of the region that want to do more. They want to do more camping, and they want to have like camp, like they want to have a contest to see who can pitch their tent the fastest. You know, so we have that large diversity, and we've got the numbers to support creating troops that are girl-led. So that was one of the things that really inspired me to make this change and to make a commitment to Girl Scouts and, you know, building that presence back.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that we're looking at middle school. I think that's important. And I learned that you don't have to start at the beginning. And so middle schoolers can go into Girl Scouts without being a brownie or going through all the stages. And I think that's going to be important to share that message, that this is available to all students. And you might find we have a lot of students who will be new to this and never had the experience of Girl Scout or even knew they could be. So it's exciting to see us reach out to our middle schools.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's it's something about community. It's the uniform. So in our community-based troops, they're allowed uniforms, and those uniforms are provided for them, often at no cost to them. It's something about, like my pen, it makes me feel special. That uniform makes it, we know when we made the decision to put uniforms in schools, it brings everybody closer together and it takes those boundaries down. And we really want to do that for our middle school girls as well, because if you feel like you belong to something, then you're going to have that community-minded spirit.
Thank you.
There are no more questions. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your all time. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to bring up Ms. Jennifer Fasking and Chelsea Gross, who are here with us from State Farm Insurance.
Good morning. I am Jennifer Fasking, and my partner in crime,
Chelsea Gross.
For over 100 years, State Farm has been in business, and for just about that long, State Farm, the agents and associates have been working to give back in our communities. Right now, State Farm's focus aligns with safety, education, and community development specifically. Today, though, we really want to talk about how the local associates have been partnering with Polk County Public Schools. Before COVID and before we no longer had a building in the city of Winter Haven, we created a group of people that were designed to lead where we live. And when we have over 2,000 employees in the state of Florida, a vast majority kind of located in this central Florida area, we have a lot of people who like to give back to the community. So our Lead Where You Live group helps connect those opportunities with the people that are looking for them. And as I mentioned, we don't have a building anymore, but we do have associates who love to connect and contribute. We've been able to leverage internal social media and emails and really just the ideas and creativity of our employees to help start some of these ideas. But one of our favorites is partnering with the Polk County Public Schools, but we do also partner with several other organizations, the Mission, Heart Walk, Kids Pack, Salvation Army, and we work on different things. So sometimes it is donating funds, sometimes it's donating time, other times it might be donating goods and services. But by far our favorite and our associates' favorite is working with the schools, specifically on beautification projects. This came from a conversation with Steve Warner a few years back, really looking at how can we leverage State Farm resources and the benefits that the organization provides associates with our schools. And to date, we have been able to work on 7 beautification projects with 528 hours of 132 employees' time and give back grants of over $5,000. How does that work? Well, State Farm provides every associate a community service and education support day, which is otherwise known as paid time off to go do really good things in the community, and also Good Neighbor grants. So if an individual or a team of individuals contributes 40 hours towards an organization, they can apply for a $500 grant. So each of those 7 opportunities, and you can see the list that we have worked on so far since 2020, took a lot of organization. Steve connected with the schools, worked on what the beautification or the landscape plan would be, looked at how can we find materials at a good cost, connected with us, we got the resources together and showed up. And on any project, we had between 10 and up to 30 people participating on beautifying. And then after the fact, we follow up with a grant request, either 1 or 2, depending on the size of the project or the number of employees involved. So $500 and in some cases $1,000. Here's a couple of our pictures. We're very proud. You can see we show up in our red. We show up happy to work, happy to help, and we get dirty. It is hot and it is sometimes muddy work. And I highly recommend that, and I have to give a huge shout out to Steve, because when we are completing these projects, he is there elbow deep in the mud, digging holes, pitching mulch, and all of that good stuff. So really, really appreciate his effort and his connection with us. And I'll turn it over to Chelsea because we have some other fun stuff we do.
So first of all, just thank you, before I get started on my part, just thank you for having us today. Talking about what our employees do in the community is such a joy for Jennifer and I. We get to do it often, and so thank you for having us. We're just here representing the very many State Farm employees that exist. Certainly, we could not do it without them and your partnership. And so not only the beautification projects and the things that Jennifer's already talked about, but we really have done back to school drives. And so when you think about when we went to COVID, we were doing a lot of like in-person activities, trying to keep our employees engaged. And our employees have this really strong drive to give back. And so those back to school drives are such an easy way to virtually support. So we do have a huge part of our population is here in Polk County, really mostly Winter Haven and Lakeland area. But this gives the entire state an opportunity to give back, and we're able to do this through Amazon wish lists. We've really streamlined the process. The easier it is, the more likely people are to give. We know that. And so we've been able to donate over 530 items and over $500 to supply students and teachers with Polk County. Additionally, specifically schools, Johnson Ively Elementary, we did 190 school supply kits and 120 backpacks. Westwood Middle, this was really exciting because we got to provide khakis, which, you know, Jake and his khakis. So we got to donate 100 pair of khaki pants for their clothes closet. That was really exciting. And then Juanita Elementary, 120 backpacks. And so here are some photos, and you can see Steve's peeking out there. He's an honorary state farmer at this point, I think. And so, you know, our khakis and the kids, and that's who we do it for. I mean, we love to give, it fills our hearts, but we also know that we're extremely blessed to be able to do this for the school. Before I end, I also want to just tell you, our corporate office supports locally as well through, we've donated over $25,000 to the Winter Haven Chamber to support scholarships in the community for our students. Additionally, even though we have closed our physical presence, we're hiring here. So State Farm has chosen Florida as a great place to grow. And so we have added over 1,000 employees in the state of Florida over the last year. I actually recently changed jobs, and at the time there was nobody in my department other than me, and now I have over 1,000 employees that work in my department in Florida that we have hired. And so just thank you for making this a great place to live, a great place to work, and a great place to partner.
Thank you very much. Board members, I'm looking at the speakers list. I don't see any speakers or, Ms. Miller.
Don't forget me, Superintendent. So I just want to say, as someone who's raised on State Farm, both of my parents, over 40 years, retired from that regional office. My sister's an agent. My other sister is working from home now with State Farm. The community involvement has been forever. I remember going to events like this as the shirts change with the different logos. And that bear, I think, is the same costume, so they might want to check into that because I remember him from the 80s. But I'm glad you mentioned the scholarships because that's something I think that people don't realize, that the scholarships that were available through State Farm, not just for the employees' children, but to the community. My question is, now that there's not a building with the people in it, do you find reaching out to the ones who are working from home, there's more interest, or is that a challenge to get more people interested in the different projects that you do? Because I would think it's a challenge that people are under the same roof, but I'm learning that the new way of operating is remotely.
I'll take that one. I think it really is individual. So I know for working from home for some people is like the greatest joy that's ever happened. For me personally, I miss interaction, like I miss people. And so volunteering in the community is such an amazing way for us to be able to get together. For those who are really, you spend more time with your coworkers than you sometimes do with your family, and especially when we were in the office. So for those who miss that interaction, I think we've really been talking about this as we recruit people, is it can be work from home, but you still have a family, you still have a community, you still have the support system. And so I think it's a good balance for us to be able to support those who want that personal interaction, while also those who would prefer to not see their coworkers every day.
But I love your take on that. I think that's important. So you're not isolated. You're still, that's how you're involving community.
And each week on Wednesdays, we have an internal, it's called our Yammer site. It's like a social media site for State Farm. And we have one that's unique to the state of Florida, and we call it We Care Wednesday. And so we will advertise the things that we are doing in the community. We'll advertise the opportunities that are available and give people opportunities to sign up and or donate. And so they know it's coming on Wednesday, and we get a lot of positive feedback on that too.
Well, thanks for being our good neighbors.
Chair Wyatt?
I just wanted to say thank you. Obviously, we get to see you a lot in the Winter Haven area, but we always appreciate all that you do. And those State Farm scholarships will be opening up for Winter Haven students this month. So have a look, keep your eye out for those. But thank you guys for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Great job.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, next up is going to be an internal audit presentation conducted by Carol Matthews, Senior Director of Internal Audit Services. And also for the board members and for Chair, at approximately 10:17, we will pause for a moment of silence in honor of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and the victims of that tragic event. That is a statewide activity that's taking place today. Flags are at half-mast as ordered by the governor late last evening. And so I just want to make sure I apprised you of that. So if I have to interrupt Ms. Matthews or anyone else during the presentation, just be aware that I'm not being rude. I'm just being respectful. So thank you very much. And you are not Ms. Matthews.
I'm not, but I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Jennifer Christensen. I'm a partner with Carr, Riggs & Ingram, and we audit the internal funds. And so I work with Carol, but I'm going to come up here and present our audit for this past year. And is my PowerPoint, do I need it? There we go. And what I'm going to do is give a brief overview of the financial statements. And so again, this audit that we conducted was for the internal funds. And so the internal funds are the money that students raise within the schools. So it would be for your field trips, for your fundraisers, for your prom tickets. And so there's no money from the state of Florida. This is all money raised by the students and spent on the students. Then I'm going to go a little bit into our audit process and some of the recommendations that we have for the schools, and then some of the recommendations that we had district-wide. Looking at the financial statements this year, you could see we had assets of about $11.7 million and liabilities $145,000, and that's normal for the liabilities to be a small number because at June 30th, the schools are out. There's not quite as much activity going on in internal funds, so usually all the bills are paid by the time June 30 rolls around. Our additions this year was 10.7, almost $10.8 million, and the money going back out, or the deductions, was 9.7. And if you compare that to 2021, you can see the numbers increase significantly, and that's purely due to COVID. If we go back to 2020, we would see that the revenue was about 11 million. And then if you go back to the year before, it was about 13 million. So we did have quite a decrease during COVID because a lot of those activities I mentioned before, the field trips, the fundraisers, they either came to a halt or they decreased significantly. So now we're starting to see the amounts come back up, and we're seeing the activity get a little back to those pre-COVID times. The other thing I wanted to point out is with internal funds, a little different than if a company, a for-profit company, or even your personal finances, when it comes to internal funds, we want to raise that money and we want to spend it in the same year. So when you look at the additions and the deductions, you want those numbers to be approximately the same thing. And so during COVID and before, you could see the money being spent. When we came out of COVID, I've noticed this with all my school districts, they're going back to raising the money a little slower on spending it, and I think that's just being cautious because of coming back out of that time where they weren't able to raise a lot of money. So nothing alarming here, but as we go on, we'll expect to kind of monitor that and make sure that the schools are spending the money that they raise, because those students that raised it, it should be spent on those same students. Our report was unmodified, which means we had a clean audit opinion. And as far as audit adjustments, the only adjustments that we had related to accounts receivable, adjusting the accounts receivable and also the allowance for doubtful accounts. And the adjustment for the allowance for doubtful accounts is likely going to be something we do every year, only because the district's policy's a little different than when we come in and do the audit. We're looking at any accounts that are over a year old, and these are amounts that are owed to the career centers for tuition. And anything over a year old, we're asking the district to look at that and allow it, because the chances of it being collected after a year, probably is pretty low. And so we record that allowance based on management's estimate during the audit. But for purposes of internal purposes for the district, they need to keep those receivables on the books, and they keep them on for a couple years, and then they have to present them to the board before they can actually write them off. And so it's just kind of a difference in timing. As far as our footnotes, no real high-risk footnotes or anything significant. I wanted to point out the investments. We didn't have any type of concentration, so anytime we have more than 5% of our investments in one type of investment, we would disclose that, but we didn't have any of that this year. Everything was pretty diversified. There are a couple things that I'm required by my professional standards to communicate to those charged with governance, which would be the school board. And that would be things like if we had any disagreements with management, which we did not have any. That would be disagreements on accounting principles, how to apply them, when to apply them, any difficulties encountered in the audit, and we did not have any of those. And if we were aware of any consultations that the district had with other accountants on accounting issues, and we're not aware of any of those occurring. We're also required to communicate if we were to come across any fraud or illegal acts during the audit that were material to the financial statements, and we did not come across any of those types of matters. And I always like to kind of stop at this part and mention this audit is definitely a collaborative effort. There are many different people involved. The finance and accounting department, with Heather and Luke and their team, they pull lots and lots and lots of invoices for us, lots of information when we come out here. We also work with internal audit, Carol and her team, to kind of identify where those risk areas are to make sure that we're performing adequate tests on them. And then we also work with the schools. We have to contact the schools at the beginning of the audit. They send us some information. And then after the audit, we actually have an exit conference with each principal and financial secretary to go over our preliminary findings so that we can have a discussion and see if there's anything additional that they want to send us to maybe clear some of those findings before we get to our final report. So I always like to say thank you. It all works. Sometimes at the beginning I think, how are we going to do this with 150 different sites? But it works, and that's because of everybody doing their part. As far as the school testing, we do testing. We do perform testing at 100% of schools and any departments that have activity in their internal funds. Some departments do have internal funds, so if there's activity, we're testing them that year. So we perform compliance tests on a lot of different areas. You can see them on the slide. And so this compliance testing is looking at rules that they have. The state of Florida, the state of Florida Department of Education has a red book. They have a chapter on internal funds with rules, school board rules, and internal fund, the internal fund manual that Polk County Schools has. And so we go through and we perform a lot of different testing. We pick a sample at each school. And so because we're picking a sample and we can't look at everything, if we come across any sample where there was a rule that wasn't followed, so an example would be if a deposit's made into the bank timely, and if it's not made into the bank timely, then that school gets a finding. So for every item we see, and if they had 2 deposits that weren't made timely, they get 2 findings. And I just like to explain that so that when we go over the numbers, you'll understand how that works with the findings. So here we have a chart that shows the average findings per school or department, and we had 146 schools and departments this year that had activity in the internal funds. And you can see the line's pretty steady year to year. It did dip down in 2021. I've seen that at every district I go to, and that's because of the activity decreasing because of COVID. So we didn't have the fundraisers as much as we did pre-COVID. And so, of course, some of those rules, the forms you have to fill out, the reports that have to be reviewed and signed, that all decreased also because the activity wasn't there. In 2022, it went up to about 0.88 findings per school or department. And so that did increase, and it increased a little higher than what it was at pre-COVID. And some of that's due to, we may have one or two schools where they just had a higher number of findings. We have, if we have one where there's a new employee that comes in and maybe didn't know one of the rules, and so every sample we looked at, maybe they didn't pass that one rule, that kind of skewed the numbers this year. I expect that to go back down where it's going to be closer to that 0.8 next year. Here we just have a breakdown of the number of findings that each school had. And so if you look, we had just short of about 90% of our schools had 2 or less findings. And so that's great. That's consistent with prior years. And what I mentioned before, if you go down, you'll see 5 or more findings. We had 4 schools. And again, that's consistent because you're going to have those schools, especially we had after COVID, we may have schools where a financial secretary is taking a leave of absence or may be out. And although there's procedures for someone to take over those roles when somebody's out, it's still, there could be some things that maybe don't always happen as timely when the financial secretary is not there. So it's those special cases. But every year when you have 150, you're going to have a couple where there's something like that where they're going to have some extra findings. Here are some of the more common findings that we had, and this is just for your review. And this is something that Carol Matthews tracks on her own, and goes through them. And these are the areas that we like to talk about and make sure that the financial secretaries and the principals and the schools are being educated on some of these rules to make sure, because there is going to be high turnover at schools in that financial secretary role. Again, I see that at every school district I work with. And so it's that training that we want to make sure we stay on top of and train, the new people when those positions turn over. This is, I know, a small graph, but it's just something for, yes.
Clarification. If you go back one slide, please.
Yes.
So when you look at this number, unlike the slide you did, number 8, is there a way for me to get a copy of this? So when you say 21 deposit slips were not dated, I'd like to know how many of those events were related to a particular school. So much to, like as you pointed out previously, 5 of those could be related to one school.
Yes.
And so that's where we need to focus our effort on training and support. So is there a way for me to get that data after the
I can
fact?
give you that data, and I can tell you that is the situation for
figured.
that one in particular. And
But I think that's important for the
We've talked
community
about
and the
that.
board to hear as well, is that 21 schools did not have individual instances of deposits. This could be 2 schools, it could be 1 school, it could be 21, but
It
thank
could
you for
be.
clarifying.
And that's exactly why I wanted to explain ahead the sampling process and how every time we come across an exception, it's going to be on this number. So you're correct, it's not 21 schools, it's just a small handful.
And I'll forward that information to the board. Thank you.
So here is just more of a visual for you to look at, and there are different findings that we had, and it shows how many times it occurred. This year, the gold or yellow bar compared to the light blue and the dark blue, which would be the 2 previous years. And that's more just for you to be able to see if there's any kind of trends. And for some, there are going to be trends, and for some, it's not. It's going to be luck of the draw of what we sampled. When we go through, we have all transactions for the year, and we have a software that just randomly selects samples for us to look at. So sometimes it could be luck of the draw, or there could be something more, like we mentioned, the deposit slip's not dated, and that is something that we did look into and talk to the district about. Now, these are the district-wide recommendations that we had, and so one that we did have that was a significant deficiency. So just to kind of explain the 3 levels of internal control matters that we have, the top level would be a material weakness, and that's where there could be a material misstatement in the financial statements and it not be detected because of a lack of controls. We didn't have any of those for Polk County Schools. The next level down would be a significant deficiency, and what that is there could be a misstatement in the financial statements because of a lack of controls, but it's not going to be material. It's something that's going to be small, but we feel like this is important enough to bring to the attention of the district, and that's where this finding falls in. And then the bottom one is going to be just recommendations more, and we'll get into those in a second. So the one significant deficiency we had is that, this is with the technical colleges, with the receivables. We had, in 2021, when we came out to do the audit, we had 6 out of the 11 invoices that we pulled were, should have been voided. They were students that registered for a class but ended up never attending, and so they should have been voided, but they weren't voided. So they were showing as being outstanding. So last year, we had a finding for that. And then this year, the 6 that had not been voided last year, I went ahead and looked at those again this year because I wanted to see if they had been voided. And 3 of them had, and 3 of them had still remained on the list of amounts that were owed to the district. And so because it was something that I was following up on last year, I needed to go ahead and include that as a significant deficiency. So I just want to, whenever we do have a comment like this, we do ask management to give a response. And I felt like it was important enough because there were a couple different factors to put it in here so that you can read through the district's response. And part of it is, really, there was some key turnover of staff where there was some miscommunication. One thought that the other had voided the receipt and then the invoice, and then the other thought that they had voided it. And so I think some miscommunication, also just some other things going on in the technical school colleges that year. But they have started having monthly in-person meetings to train everyone to make sure, because that was one key last year we talked about, is it was if a student registers and then they don't attend class, how is that being communicated to the accounting department at the technical colleges? And so that's something they're working on, is making sure there's training so that they are communicating among departments so that they know if there's students that don't attend class, if they drop out before school starts, then they know to remove or void those invoices. Also, something that they're doing is contracting with a new collections agent. That's for collecting the invoices that are valid invoices. They're going to be working on that so that they can make sure they can collect more timely and have a higher collection percentage. The other, as I mentioned, we had recommendations, improvement points, we call them. And so these aren't internal control deficiencies. They're just things we came across that we thought, hey, this is something that you might want to consider. And so the first one is the internal funds policy manual. We had talked about this last year. And unfortunately, the plan was to update the manual during this past school year, but again, with some changes in management and some turnover in certain roles, that wasn't accomplished. But talking to them, that is definitely something that they have on the agenda for this year, this school year. They're going to go through and update the manual. And that's just to make sure that it adheres with some of the new rules that have passed. And, if the manual is, quite a few number of years old, we want to make sure that with the change in how procedures are being done, with things maybe being more electronic than they were, we want to make sure the manual is also updated so that when we do have these new financial secretaries, they're going to get training, but then once they're on the job doing the work, they can go back and refer to a manual if they have questions. And then the other recommendation we had was to complete an IT risk assessment on a regular basis. This was something that was done in the past. When COVID happened, they weren't able to do the IT risk assessment just due to there were certain things that have to be done on site where servers are, and they weren't able to do that during COVID. They weren't able to get access to those locations. But now that that all of that is open again, we recommend that they go back to looking at it. Before it was done every 3 years, we just recommend that it's done periodically. So if they can go back to that policy, that'd be great. And that's something that the IT department had stated that in the 23-24 school year, they are going to be going through an IT risk assessment. Again, I just wanted to mention no material weaknesses were noted, so no weaknesses in internal control where they could result in a material misstatement to the financial statements. Any questions, comments?
Ms. Miller.
Thank you. I appreciate that you mentioned training of the financial secretaries. I think we talked about that last time you were here and how important that was. And this might be a staff question or a superintendent question.
That's ongoing.
Well, I didn't even ask it.
I know.
Because even as staff changes, there has to be procedures in place to prevent these things. Do you have, I know, can you believe he does that? The samplings that you show, the repeat findings, superintendent, what is the training or plan? I don't know if this comes from your finance department to address some of those, multi-year repeat findings. What are we doing to address those?
So specifically, Ms. Jenkins has been meeting, her and her team have been meeting with all of the financial staff from the school, at the school level, to address these deficiencies and to make sure that they're fully trained on the proper protocol and procedures. As was noted, there are very few findings out of 151 traditional public schools. To have so few findings is, I'm not concerned. I'm concerned that we make sure that we identify the individuals who are having those or making those mistakes so that we can adequately support them and train them to prevent them in the future. But again, there were no material findings. So I think by and large, the system works. Ms. Jenkins did, as based off last year's findings, ramp up trainings this year. I will have a follow-up conversation with Mr. Cochran to find out exactly what's going on. While I respectfully, I understand some of the challenges at those sites, I do not understand how a simple handful of students could not have been rectified in a timely manner over the last 18 months since the last finding. Additionally, I mean, the other finding that was significant was the internal manual. So as far from our perspective, part of our issue is a lot of this information resides on the hub. The problem is it is not there. We lack a cohesiveness on the hub. If you go there, some content is actually captured under departments. Other content is captured under specific topics or documents. And so we are going through the process now, and I see my staff in the back nodding their heads. We're going through the process now of pulling all that information into one consistent location that's searchable so that everyone will have access to that. So there will be an internal manual for individuals moving forward.
I think that's great progress. The only thing I did, the fact that that was a sampling, and you went back and looked at the 3, you found 3 that had not changed at that technical school. When you find that, do you do additional sampling?
We did last year because
Okay.
that was when we initially came up with a couple of them. Then we did extend the sample, and so the numbers I showed were for the original sample. I did not, this year I had to pick new invoices to look at, and I didn't have any of those where we had issues with them, with any of the new
So maybe that's where
invoices.
they're making progress. Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Allen?
Great. Thanks for the presentation and your findings. I was going back to your average findings per school and department. I did see we had an uptick in internal accounts. I think my question or inquiry here is, do you factor in how many more transactions there would be within a particular account? And I think the rationale in that question is the increase in our student population, which would then, I would assume at that point, increase the amount of transactions per account. So then does the sample ratio, does it increase with the increase of transactions?
That's a good question. Our sample sizes are all based on the type of school, elementary, middle, middle, high. And so, but that is something that I will, at a minimum, put a note in where I can maybe display a different graph next year that takes the population into consideration. Because I think that's a good point, that to be able to show the school board that we could have an increase in findings, but we could also have an increase in population, which is likely going to be an increase in the number of transactions at that school. Definitely, I can
Great,
do that.
thank you.
There are no further questions from the board. I have one follow-up question. I'm looking to the back to Ms. Jenkins. If she could make her way up front, I want to make sure she has an opportunity to address this. One of the areas you pointed out, and I'll look specifically at slide number 3, was the volume or the amount of money that's brought in versus the amount of money that's spent. There appears to be well over $1 million that's left over in this year's account versus a much smaller roughly $40,000 that was left over in last year's account. Ms. Jenkins, Heather, when schools have that much money left over in their internal account, do we require them to identify where those funds are stated to be spent?
Yes, sir. When the funds are collected, they have a specific purpose for which they're to be spent. And what we've run across over the last couple of years is when field trips were scheduled and they were prohibited or prevented because of COVID, then those dollars remain. Those dollars can't typically be used for other students to take a field trip. So we have a process to go through and review how the dollars were intended to be
Or
spent.
issue refunds? if
Yes,
need
sir.
be. Okay, thank you, that clarifies it. Can they, I'm sorry, Heather, if I can, just one more clarification. If I paid for a field trip and I can't take it, can I apply that elsewhere? Can I apply it to a yearbook fee? Can I apply it to graduation? Can I apply it to prom?
It could. We would have to re-obtain permission. So if the school had a fund and they wanted to use it for yearbooks, they would contact those individuals that had originally given the funds and restate that it was to be redirected to a yearbook.
And I'll ask our presenter, does that create additional findings as a result, or is that going to make your life difficult if we were to do that?
No, it would, if anything, it would probably make the school's life a little more difficult to having to gather all that information. It maybe would be easier to do the refund and then have them repay, but no, as long as we understand that these things happen, and as long as they have the documentation to show that they got approval to use that money elsewhere from the person who originally gave them the money, then that's fine.
Yeah, I'm accustomed to schools having a cap on their internal accounts as to what they can roll and carry forward without an explanation each from year to year. There are times where two senior classes, for example, may be sharing the cost of a senior project or donation to a school. I've seen that where we've had to make exceptions. So I'll have further discussion with Ms. Jenkins and the team to kind of make sure I'm understanding where that $1 million is going and who's holding it and what the intentions are behind it. So thank you. I see no further questions or comments from the board. Thank you very much. Good job. Madam Chair and members of the board, this next item was going to be pulled, and in its official discussion, it has been pulled because we're waiting on the final financial documents to go along with this. But I wanted to go ahead and get this item before the school board because, as you know, growth continues to be a significant concern that we continue to look for creative and innovative strategies to address. Haines City and Ridge, as you know, we actually capped enrollment at Haines City this year, shifted several hundred students over to Ridge Community High School, but we've seen commensurate growth on both campuses. In order to address that, in the absence of a new campus, which, as you know, we'll be coming back to in a very short time, this is I'll just refer to it as the Southeast High School, rather than get anyone concerned about where that school location may end up. The board had committed to putting that item out to bid. Just to give you a brief update as to the high school project, that is out with the architects. The final programs were identified. I think I shared this with you before. The architect needed to know that. They needed to know what the fine arts spaces would look like or the requirements were. They needed to know what the athletic requirements were. So we've provided all of that, and so they're working on the package that we can then subsequently put out for RFP. And so there will be a bidding process for individuals to come back and say, we can build that school at these dollar amounts, at this dollar amount. Subsequent to that, we know that we continue to see growth. I mean, Dr. Allen and I were having a conversation, and I know just yesterday he looked at our third calculation, and it seemingly we've grown another 1,000 kids since the start of the school year. We're now at close to 117,000 students attending schools in Polk County. So that shows that growth is a reality for us, and we need to address some issues to make sure, especially in those communities where we're seeing rapid growth, and this really goes to Ms. Lori Cunningham's community as well. But so at Haines City, the recommendation that I'm going to bring back to you is that we lease the concretables similar to what we have at Chain of Lakes, similar to what we have at Citrus Ridge. These are zero kind of, I don't want to say zero lot line, but there's zero space between the portables. They're built adjacent to each other. We'll be looking to add approximately anywhere from 30 to 48 total portables. There'll be 2 additional restroom portables. 2 portables will be set aside, one for administration, one for guidance and social workers. So essentially, you'll have almost a small campus into and of itself. Students will have access to normal lab facilities, so the science classroom, for example, science instruction may still happen in the portable, but labs and activities that require a traditional science space would then happen in a classroom environment. And so this would be a short-term, 2-year solution for that community. And then we would remove these portables from that location, and then the rezoning with the new high school would help alleviate some of the growth and congestion that we have in those communities. Subsequent to that, or in tandem to that, there will be a softball field recommendation that will also come before you. So to date, we've had so many portables on their campus, that Haines City's campus previously, that the girls' softball campus or softball field has actually been covered by portables. As a means to provide them equity and support, we bus them to a local facility where they can play. Instead of doing that, we're looking at the property that we own immediately adjacent to the high school football field. The reason, and as for construction, that project will be about $1.6 million total, 1.5 million. And the reason we've selected that location to move the softball field is there's already a field house, or let me rephrase that, a concession stand and built-in restrooms there adjacent to that facility. So it would provide us with ready access to those things. We would not have to extend and build or construct new facilities for that stadium. So those are the two items that will come before you. I just want to make sure that I explained them because they were on the agenda, and then we had the intention to remove them. Ms. Cunningham, we were just talking about adding the portables to Haines City, and I'll subsequently follow up with you if need be. But we were waiting on final cost and pricing, as I shared. The setbacks have already been identified by our engineers, but as you know, it's a thorough process that we follow. But these would be leased just for the 2-year period of time in which we needed them. There would be poured concrete or asphalt out in that area for students, so we don't have to worry about mud and things like that in inclement weather. And then some of those will have covered walkways and passages as well. So plenty of space, plenty of opportunity. This would, as a result, if the board approves this and we're able to increase their enrollment, and I'm hopeful that the board will approve the project for the next 2 years, then what we would do is begin communicating that to families so that they know that they can re-enroll at Haines City if they so choose. But this would also impact their overall staffing. And I know Dr. Allen, Ms. Cunningham, and several of you I've talked to about staffing recently. So this would be a consideration where under their normal enrollment, they may, and you're going to see some of this in a few minutes, they may be subject to losing a dean or losing an assistant principal. In this case, we would not. We would refrain. We would keep that administrator there, the guidance counselor there to support these students for the duration of their time on that campus until, again, rezoning in the new high school were to open and avail itself to these students. So just wanted to provide that. I see Dr. Allen. Or is that left over? Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, sir, thank you. Just to add to the discussion on the Haines City High School softball fields, that is something that the community has asked for even prior to your coming on board, at least 3 years that I know of, that we've had discussions, because they're currently playing at one of the fields. I don't know what you've covered. I apologize for being late. It's been quite the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And so they've been practicing at the Point Siena Recreation Complex. And the community would really appreciate, obviously, having that back on campus, because currently that site is used for the portables, as you probably know. So, so I'm in great support that we would try to get them back on their campus to be able to have the kids practice right on their own field, on their own school property. So I appreciate whatever we can do to move that forward. I'll look forward to seeing. Now, are you going to be bringing forth plans or something?
Yes, ma'am. You'll see that at the
Yep.
next workshop. Staff had asked for some additional time.
Sure, okay.
Because they were getting some different numbers, and they want to make sure that what they bring you is the most accurate possible final number. Worst case scenario, right? This is what you always want to see, and then you want to see cost savings as a result. So that will come before the board at the next
The
meeting.
next one. Okay, sir, thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, at this time, I'll bring forward Ms. Pasco, who's here to discuss with you Google Drive transition to, or migration to Office 365.
Thank you,
Ms.
Superintendent.
Pasco, be aware, I apologize. I just want to make sure I preface this. If we get to 10:17, I will pause you.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Madam Chair, School Board, Superintendent Hyde, and community members. As Mr. Hyde said, I'm Ann Pasco, and I serve as the Assistant Superintendent of Information Systems and Technology for Polk County. So I'm here today to talk a little bit about how we are moving forward with our one-to-one initiative and supporting students and staff with integrating digital technology into the classroom and our business. Polk County is continuing to streamline the technology footprint of the district and schools to ensure appropriate alignment of learning and operational platforms for implementation support and cybersecurity requirements. This process is generally described in the IT world as IT governance. As we continue to ensure that students are college and career ready, an increasing emphasis is placed on data and digital access in the classroom. Simultaneously, we have an increased need for cybersecurity protections and risk management in the digital environment as they've increased globally. You heard our auditor mention the IT risk assessment. This is the type of thing I'm referring to. Too many options create confusion for users. They create inconsistency in our business and our classroom processes, and they don't allow us to concentrate support efforts in a way that can ensure that digital learning is not interrupted. We also want to make sure at the same time, however, that we provide tools that allow for differentiated learning in the classroom for all students to be able to learn to the best of their ability. So this IT governance idea allows us to align our IST decisions with our learning decisions by 4 important bullets. We ensure that appropriate benefits are realized from the utilization of IST resources. So fiscally appropriate decisions, human resource appropriate decisions, all of that we want to align. We also want to minimize our risk, just like we talked about with cybersecurity. We want to optimize all of our resources to ensure we have equitable access across the district while remaining fiscally responsible. And of course, we want to align our resources to the strategic plan goals. So we want to all be in one happy family, all aligned, moving forward together. How do we do that? So we have first chosen to support our users and our services within our framework to provide optimal digital learning environments in the classroom. Our first area of streamlining these resources will be to support only Microsoft productivity tools district-wide and sunset Google Drive productivity tools. So what does that actually mean, and why would we pick Microsoft? Currently, we do have a Microsoft implementation and licensing contract that was executed in 2019. So we've had Microsoft for many years. You can see the descriptions here. It is a robust environment that incorporates our email services, including encryption. It creates our user accounts and makes sure everything is flowing appropriately. We have Defender, which is security also across all of our platforms. It ensures we have built-in intelligence. If somebody makes an accidental click on something, then we have software that's watching that and making sure we're protecting our end users. We respond to threats. Anything that comes in as we detect that we might have, it's typically called a DDoS threat, anything that's attacking our network. A young lady just called the other day to interview me for a classroom project, and she said, "How do you keep us safe?" And I asked her if she understood castles and moats, and that's kind of what we're talking about. We create a moat around our whole network so that we can protect ourselves. Then we have Office 365, so those are our productivity tools. Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, I'm sure you're very familiar since you're looking at that right now on the slide, how those things work. OneDrive is individual cloud storage. So for instance, I created this in OneDrive and I shared it out with individuals who could give me feedback before we presented today. SharePoint is collaborative cloud storage. So that's where, just like we talked about different manuals, we might keep those internally in one spot and then put them out there on our hub replacement for people to find in a searchable area. And student and staff accessibility tools. So this is key. One of the things that has happened with our one-to-one implementation is we have been able to take accessibility tools that were no longer viable to all students and put them in the hands of students. And Microsoft is very good at that. They provide learning opportunities in the classroom where students can have closed caption. They can have things for hearing impaired. You wouldn't know, but I'm deaf in my left ear. So things like that that will help us be able to access our learning just like everyone else, and that's a key component of the Microsoft platform. Another key component that we receive with Microsoft is significant support. We have on-demand and as-needed support hours. We have an online support portal, problem resolution hours, on-site visits, and professional learning credits. In fact, as the IST department, although I'm here representing the department, the entire department's been involved in this. The networking, the digital learning, our business and instructional technology operations and help desk. We've all been going through with Microsoft looking at governance policies, creating these documents, and we've been doing that with their support. Now for Google Drive. That was implemented prior to the availability of some of these Microsoft online tools. So there was a reason at that time to have both. And we utilized the free Google for Education suite. Initially, we utilized it for student email, online productivity tools and cloud storage, and internal collaborative sites. All of these are available with Microsoft. We do not have any dedicated Google support. So we have decided to standardize on the Microsoft platform. And how will we do that, and how will we support students and staff? Because that's the most important thing. You can have a great plan, but if you're not supporting students and staff, that's going to be a problem. So the way we're going to do that is currently, we're discussing this with you. We have talked with principals to make sure they are aware as well. And tomorrow, I will personally be providing emails out to all staff in the district to let them know the plan so that they will get that and be able to review it. We'll explain the rationale as well as assist in how to find their Google Drive documents that they've created over the past 3 years. During February, we essentially will do discovery open house sessions that we will be emailing out tomorrow, where we will ask users if they have any concerns to come talk to us. Let us know what those are so we can make sure we have a personalized plan to ensure that everything is supported. I've already had a few principals reach out, and we will be providing one-to-one, case-by-case support for that. During March, we will provide virtual, face-to-face, and self-paced tutorials. So we want to make sure staff have all types of options to be able to receive that support on how to utilize the Microsoft tools. Note that for many staff, this is not new. They have had this before, but we want to make sure anyone who was more comfortable in Google now has every opportunity to be comfortable in Microsoft. During April and May, we'll continue to provide that. And then in May, we actually will move the documents over for the staff. So they won't lose anything. We will move it over. We're working with a company that we will have a process for that, both their shared tools and their personal tools. And with that, what questions might you have for me?
Dr. Allen?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. I think we've got 10 minutes left, so might be able to get a question or two in here. Besides Google Drive, obviously there's a suite of tools.
Yes, sir.
Do you see us moving to eliminate more of those as far as within the Google suite of applications, in a sense, I guess? And then other ones, like, for example, now we'll have Teams. I don't know if you're going to, simulate that out. So then at that point, do we, pull back on Zoom as an option?
I'll give you the full picture. So yes, we will be sunsetting all of the Google tools that we have. Typically, Google Sites was the only one used, and we'll be migrating that to SharePoint Sites, and we're working with staff to do that. We did a full dive, and most of the Google tools were not being utilized to their extent. Many people had moved over to Microsoft. Teams is part of Microsoft, so that will be continuing. We did pull back this year with student access in Teams as we move to Schoology. One of the key pieces with governance and IT is to make sure that you have many tools that fit together. We call that interoperability. And so we needed to pull back for Schoology, and now we're working with Microsoft to re-embed Teams for next year to create robust offerings. So yes, we will be continuing to maximize everything that Microsoft has. In fact, I sat on a call last week, have a meeting with Mr. McNaughton next week about some of the new learning tools they're bringing about as well.
Mm-hmm. And I would assume, our LMS integrates very well, but do you see any other barriers with other software applications that we are currently utilizing that do not integrate well with our Microsoft move?
No, by standardizing on one platform for Microsoft, we're able to have the conversations we need to leverage those partnerships and tell different companies, this is what we need to do what's best for our students. So we do a lot of work in the back end. For instance, that's why we're going to have Teams, because we asked them to integrate it into Schoology. So they're going to do that so students can do both. So that's part of streamlining the support for the IT department. So we have time to work with those vendors to make sure they're providing what we need for our students. Does that kind of get to the question you're asking about?
So Teams currently is not, they don't have an API, meaning our Schoology LMS does not have a current
That's correct.
API with Teams. They're going to have to develop that.
Yeah, well, they're already in progress.
Yeah.
Yes, so, and transparently, with our size, we have a lot of students, so it's nice that we have that partnership with Microsoft, because a lot of times they'll bring it to us, ask us for feedback, what do you think, and we can be on the ground, talking with them about what we need for our students. And our staff, because our staff use these tools, and as well as business. I think that's another thing for us to talk about. We just talked about business processes and really needing that transparent information. So we've actually in the IT department split, and we have business technology support and instructional technology support to make sure we're doing the same tools for everyone and making sure we're meeting all of those needs. You're welcome.
Thank you. My question was similar, but I had already pressed the button before he finished asking. So I've heard a lot of complaints from community partners about the use of Teams because they're not able to get on the calls as easily. They're not able to share. How are we managing that? Because we do have a lot of committees that, we do a really good job, I think, trying to involve our community members. So I want to make sure that that doesn't get lost in the transition.
Yep. So last year, the decision was made to sunset Zoom prior to me starting with Polk County, so I can't really advise why that decision was made. We have had some challenges with Teams. I actually have a meeting today at noon about that very topic, and our goal is to have that accomplished this week. One challenge we have had this year is there are so many tools that when we're making decisions, we can't make the right decision because we don't know what tools were maybe out there for what purpose. So that's this year of trying to build that so that we can ensure the decisions we're making do not cause negative impact for situations like that. But that one should be resolved this week.
Thank you. I appreciate that you already knew about it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
So every time I sit down at the dinner table, I'm with teachers, okay? My whole family's teachers.
Yes, sir.
And so one of my just concerns is, and I know they're going to be asking me questions about this, how difficult is this transition going to be for our staff? I know you talked about, providing office hours and that kind of stuff. Is there going to be any additional requirements for our staff, teachers, or anything to understand this new technology? I mean, I'm just curious to know what the transition's actually going to look like.
So they'll have many tools available to them. If they can come to the online support hours in February, and that will be widely disseminated. We have one per day for the entire rest of the month in February and up until spring break. And then they'll have support. They can do a self-paced tutorial. They can meet with us one-on-one. They can come to a face-to-face meeting. So there will be a myriad of opportunities. As far as how difficult it can be, that's the piece with technology that can be a challenge because we're all individual. I will be transparent. I did not set up this technology today, so Mr. Spruce met me at 8:30 to make sure I knew how to use my technology to be here. So there's always a nervousness anytime you change technology and you're using it to ensure that you provide learning. And teachers get nervous with that, and we understand that. So that's why we're providing this entire semester to do that. Those Google Drives won't go away until the end of May when they leave, to make sure that they have the full semester to prepare to then start in next year. What I will tell you is if you're at the dinner table and they're nervous, please tell them we don't judge. They can come every day for support if they want. We're not going to limit how much support that they need to do that. Yep.
Ms. Pasco, please, again, historically, we had Office before we had Google, correct?
Yes, sir. We did.
So the vast majority of the tools that are being utilized are already well understood. Conceptually, this is not something completely new and different. This is just a transition between two programs and platforms because one provides us a much more robust support mechanism and growth opportunity for our district. There are some utilities that are new in Microsoft Office Suite, but if you think about it from that perspective, Office 360 has been free for educators for probably the last 20 years. And by and large was the platform of choice for many school districts for a long time. I'm not sure when we made the choice to go to Google, but that's become a problem is every one of us is still operating on Microsoft Office Outlook as you are, and then, but yet we still have Google utilities. And so it becomes a conflict for us going back and forth. So I don't necessarily see this going to have a huge impact on our staff, but I think that the plan that Ms. Pasco and her team have put together, that over the next few months and over the next year will be more than adequate to support the staff's transition. Because the biggest issue that you're going to deal with, quite honestly, is not adapting to a new platform or a new utility. The biggest issue is making sure they secure whatever content they had previously developed and transition that over. That's the part that takes the most amount of time. Having gone through this before, actually, I was in a district that went the reverse direction. But we were willing to pay for some Google support and utilities, and so that at that point it made sense for the school district to do it. So,
And can I ask one more thing? And I think I want to make sure I heard this correctly. So whenever you're actually contracting with a company to bring those documents from their Google Suite into this new Microsoft?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So nothing should be lost. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Nothing will be
Well,
lost.
Okay.
No.
I'd be happy to say should. I'm not going to guarantee because, again, why don't we have certain handbooks that are readily available on our websites? Because documents exist all over the place in the hub and have to be unified. So I will not be the one that sits here and says 100% accuracy will or all documents will be transferred. I can't say that with all sincerity. So
Thank you.
You're welcome.
at this time, thank you, Ms. Pasco. Oh, Dr. Allen was next, but Dr. Allen, prior to you doing that, it's now 10:17. So what I'd like to ask is for everybody in the room to please join us in a moment of silence. Today is the anniversary date of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and the tragic events that took place there. The governor asked for all schools to place flags at half-mast and to participate in a moment of silence if appropriate. Our middle schools and high schools will be doing that. Elementary schools will not, simply because we didn't have enough time to communicate that to parents. So we are sending a message home for families this evening about why we had a pause today, and encouraging them to have discussions with their children at home tonight. So please join me for a moment of silence, if you would. Thank you. Dr. Allen.
I think I'll just hold my thought and question, just address it to you via email. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to bring up Ms. McKenzie and Stacy Davis. Ms. McKenzie is the Senior Director for K-12 Literacy, and Stacy Davis is the Senior Coordinator for Library and Media Services. I'm sure they'll do a better job of explaining even further, but if the board will recall, one of the requirements that we initiated as a school district was we ceased the ongoing procurement of library materials, meaning our schools were accustomed to ordering books throughout the year. We no longer allow that. We have asked every school to submit all of their procurement requests within a specified window of time each year. So elementary schools have a window, middle schools have a window, high schools have a window. The reasoning behind that is to allow this team and several others who operate in the background the opportunity to review all of those materials prior to them being submitted to the board for recommendation for procurement. The same rules apply as I shared with you before. Nothing that is not currently in our media centers or would be deemed appropriate, nothing that conflicts with statute are included. nothing that's in states that would be in conflict with state statute are on these lists. But again, what you have is a comprehensive list of all school requests for procurements. If the board were to approve all these, then the community has 30 days in which to file an appeal. Remember, the board's approval of a purchase list does not mean that we are purchasing the books tomorrow. It simply means we are setting the stage for that procurement. We wait the 30 days. If there are no appeals at that time, then those procurements will take place. Even subsequent to that, if there's a book at a later date that someone finds objectionable, then they have a right under statute and then with board policy and our school code to object to a book and have it reviewed further if need be. So I'm just providing you a brief summary before I turn it over to these two amazing ladies who have done an incredible job and really are the real reason why we got invited to Tallahassee to share our policies and procedures about our books and how we've managed this process throughout, because really they're the workhorses behind the scenes that make the magic happen. So thank you, ladies, for being here today, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Hyde, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I apologize for the large number of orders that you have in front of you. But again, as the superintendent already mentioned, these are all the orders that will be, all the library and classroom book orders for this school year. Typically, we would have different ordering seasons, but the orders before you come from library media material funding, that's state funding. ESSER funding, so that's our federal grant funding, which we are fortunate to have this year. So next year, we will have spent that money. Next year, we will not have those included. Title I monies and any other local school funds used to purchase library or classroom materials. We held off doing any ordering this year, as other districts did as well, while we waited for the state to release the mandatory training, which was in January 1 when that was released. So no new library books have been purchased this school year, which means that we also have students who are anxiously awaiting for the next book in a series or the latest book about their favorite team to be released. I want you to understand also that we have trained certified staff, which we do have a portion of those who hold master's degrees in library information studies, who created the orders following the process, which I'd like to take just a minute to explain to you. So 100% of our certified media specialists attended the state mandated training that was released on January 1. We held this in our district on January 11th, and they have completed the required follow-up paperwork that the superintendent will have to certify at a later date. They attended previous trainings on collection analysis, collection development action plans, and creating orders using professional peer review sources and utilizing our district rating system for purchases. By September 1st, each certified media specialist created a collection development action plan that included a collection analysis, school demographics, identified weeding or discontinuance candidates based on age and circulation, and recommendations for areas of collection growth. I might add that this is an annual task that all of our schools complete. As required by statute, they work to create orders representative of each school's unique population, teacher-student request, and support for academic standards. All of the titles were selected using our district rating system for elementary, middle, and high, with exceptions made for best titles because those have already been approved by the state. They also used professional periodical review sources such as Kirkus, Booklist, School Library Journal, and Publishers Weekly. Crowdsource reviews such as Common Sense, Amazon Goodreads are not considered professional periodical review sources, so our certified staff go to the professional periodical review sources first. After the media specialist spent, I might add, hours and hours of evening and weekend time working on these orders, all of these orders were reviewed by their school stakeholder committee as required by statute. You might know that better as our school media committee, so when we have book challenges or book reviews, that's that same committee that serves in that capacity. So the stakeholder committee is made up of teachers, parents, community members, administrators, and students at the middle school and high school levels. As required by statute, principals also reviewed all these purchases and signed off on the order verification form. We do have 30 schools that are staffed with media paraprofessionals or non-certified staff. So for those schools, the Library Media Services team created the Collection Development Action Plan, and we shared that back with the media staff member and the principal, so they would know what were the needs of their collection, what did they need to focus on for weeding books that were outdated. The orders were created again by our library media specialist team at the district level, taking into consideration the wish list that each school had the opportunity to submit and the collection analysis needs.
The orders were then sent back to the school for the same process of the stakeholder committee to review those and for the principal to sign off on. I would like to thank the media specialists and media paraprofessionals across our district for their diligence and dedication, putting students first and ensuring that these orders represent their diverse student populations and the needs of our schools. Questions?
I just want to say thank you for presenting today and making that available, that information available to the public. And I appreciate the work you've done to make him look good in Tallahassee. That always helps. I'm interested in the media committees. So all of our schools have media committees for reviewing new orders and any concerns that a parent may have in that school.
Yes, that's correct. And those are in place by August. And that's not something new. That's something the district has had for a number of years.
Thank you.
There are no further questions or comments. Thank you, ladies. This time we have the instructional calendar for students, teachers, and paraeducators. Mr. Warren. Board members, as he makes his way up, because this will be a very short presentation. If you recall, the board approved the tentative calendars for the next 2 school years. We will be bringing you an additional calendar in the near future. The only things that were not completed on this calendar was the first week of school for teachers, basically outlining what their week would look like upon that first week. That's a non-student attendance week. It typically is a combination of both personal plan or independent planning time for them to structure their classrooms and do some lesson planning, as well as professional development and or school culture climate conversations with the overarching faculty and or by the department. So there was a lot of conversation about how to best structure that time in collaboration with PEA and our school-based administrators, and so we are bringing that back to you. All calendars were published this weekend in a draft form. They'll be finalized after today. There's no vote required. The board has already approved and authorized these calendars. We simply wanted to make sure that we had a conversation with you and with our community so that they knew what these teachers would be doing for the first week upon returning to school. So, Mr. Warren.
Correct. I'll segue from there. We were in discussions as recently as yesterday relative to the memorandum of understanding that we need in place for the 6 days that's been discussed with you regarding, I call them the 6 days return to school calendar. And one of the benefits I believe that occurred through the calendar process this year was kind of embedding a discussion of how return to work would look in repetitive years. And it was a good collaborative discussion relative to the half days of PD and teacher work days that occurred. Furthermore, yesterday at the table with the union, we provided opportunity for schools to have site-based latitude, whether they provide that PD in the morning or the afternoon to assist with those schools and their needs individually, because we also were collaborating with our district folks for how to provide that PD across a district platform as well. So the MOU is in place, the calendars are on the website, and should you have any questions, we're here to assist. We had community members represented, folks from Polk State College. We had your individual representatives. Some of you board members had folks joining us as well as yourselves personally. So we appreciate that feedback. We met twice. I would say both times we had, I would say, at least 35 folks in attendance, and it was a great collaboration. Any questions?
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Just wanted to commend the Calendar Review Committee. I mean, they're just a great bunch of folks, and I know I've had a young lady on there for, holy cow, close to 18 years, and she continues to serve our community well, Miss June Ullman. In addition to that, I'm noticing, is it true that as we go forward, both in August of '23 and August of '24, there are those 6 days?
That's correct.
So, okay, and it makes more sense, obviously, in August of '24, because students start on a Monday. But we talked about that last time. I actually asked, having them come on a Friday. But you had indicated it was a transportation thing. So with us starting on a Monday, is Rob going to be upset with us?
So is it the second year that it fell on the Monday?
Yes.
That's
on the
correct.
Yeah.
So
20
Mr. Davis wanted this year
This year.
to problem solve, but he is insistent that he would like that extra day.
Right, right. That's fine.
He did not win out in the second calendar committee
Did not,
discussion.
okay. Okay. All right, just trying to make sure it will continue being the 6 days, and are you looking forward to this continuing after that?
That was the mindset, I believe, of the committee moving forward, is that this seemed to be a return to work schedule that seemed to make sense.
Okay.
It met the needs of both parties, and we look forward to presenting that for the 25-26, I believe, calendar. We're now 2 years out. We have 23-24 and 24-25 that are in the bank.
Because taking it to 6 days, we were able to pull a full release professional development day out of September and reassigned it. I believe it was September.
Yes.
We reassigned it to the start of the school year, so there's less disruptions once the school year begins.
And I think you mentioned that at the last meeting.
Yeah, we have a more consistent calendar moving forward.
Okay, well, that's great. Okay, sir, thank you very much, and thank you to all the folks that serve so diligently on that committee year after year. We really appreciate your time and talent, so thank you, and to staff.
Mr. Nolte.
Yes, thank you for all your hard work, but as I go around and talk to my different teacher friends and everything, I just keep hearing the same thing. Why do we go back on Friday? I think I'm a little bit better educated now in it, but I do hear that's the biggest thing I hear from the teachers, custodians, lunch, everybody said, please, when you get on the board, get them to open up on a Monday. So anyway, thank you again for all your hard work, though.
Yes, sir, thank you.
That's it, Mr. Warren. Thank you very much. At this time, Madam Chair, we've been going for about an hour and a half. I believe it's time for a restroom break. If we could take a 10-minute short recess. It is 10:31. We will come back. We'll do more than a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 10:45. Thank you. I'll get you, so we're still building in the Hashnah community.
Right. We haven't decided.
Good morning again, and we are officially back, and I'll hand it back over to Superintendent Hyde.
Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the community and staff, thank you again for allowing us that short break. At this time, I'd like to bring up, pardon me, I had the wrong highlighted.
Andy?
I have Ms. Candy Amato, Senior Director from our Office of Charter Schools, here to discuss preliminarily some conversation about Language for Literacy Academy and their renewal. All yours, Ms. Amato.
Is the sixth and final charter renewal for this school year. So we have Language and Literacy Academy of Learning up for their very first contract renewal. This slide is very familiar. It was the same slide that I provided during the December work session. It talks about what we can do and how we can do for renewal and the requirements associated with the renewal process. And I added this piece for cause for non-renewal or termination of charter. It is referenced as when we do not, if a non-renewal is recommended or suggested, these are the terms that have to be met in order to recommend that. This is the review process. The charter review team looks for the following things. Is the program successful? Is it a viable organization? And is the school faithful to the term of its charter? And when the review team is doing the process, those are the three main focuses that we look into when we're reviewing the documentation provided by the school. Sorry, I am freezing. So we have here Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. The background of the school is they opened in 2018. They are an ESC center school located in Winter Haven. The district staff, the charter review team, conducted a site visit back in October, and the school is requesting a 15-year contract to begin July 1st and run through June 30th of 2038. So this is a breakdown of the student performance. Now, please know, because this is their first 5-year renewal, they are limited in the data that they have available. Language and Literacy receives a school improvement rating because they are an ESC center school. So as you can see, their very first year, they received a grade or school improvement rating. They were listed as unsatisfactory. Obviously, in 1920, there was no grades issued. 2021, they opted for no grade again. And the 21-22 school year, they did increase to maintaining. This is their current demographics. They are approved to serve 290 students. And they do serve students from pre-K through 12. So this is how the charter review team voted. And I did provide you with the breakdown of the tally of the votes, because as you can see, the charter review team was kind of all over the map with some concerns, and it is truly reflected in their vote. So these are some of the findings, and I don't want to read all of them to you word for word, but some of them are extremely important and very valuable to the conversation. So some great things that we did see is they do provide the services and accommodations are provided directly into the classroom. And they provide transportation, which is huge for the population of students that they serve. They provide transportation from Lakeland to Bartow, Winter Haven, Haines City, Davenport, Auburndale, Lake Wales. If you know where they're located, they are catty corner from Denison Middle School. So they kind of are in the heart of Winter Haven. So just knowing that they're reaching all of those other outskirt populations, it speaks volumes to the services that they do provide to their students. The physical and cultural environment of the school was friendly, safe, and it was inviting. They do submit their monthly financials and their audits as outlined in their current contract. And they were extremely excited that they renovated the auditorium, they updated the front office, they installed a beautiful ADA playground equipment, and they've added 3 modular classrooms so they can accommodate the additional students that they serve. Some other concerns, areas of concerns of findings that we did find,
During the 21-22 school year, there were some test security concerns to the point where the Assessment, Accountability, and Evaluation Department did require the school create a thorough assessment plan to ensure that security breaches would not occur again in the future. Just please note the person who was handling testing at the time is no longer with the school, and we have not had those concerns since then. They do only have, at the time at the visit, they only had one ESE facilitator. The charter review team felt for a school that serves 290 ESE students, one ESE facilitator was not significant to provide adequate support, so it was a recommendation to add a second ESE facilitator. When I reviewed Language and Literacy's January board minutes, it did appear that they have added a second LEA, which is huge. That's very important. It was also recommended that their student-to-teacher ratio should be lower. It is an ESE center school, so we felt that based on having a lower significant population in the classroom, the students would have better service in regards to the best standards. This one was a huge concern is, although it is an ESE center school, they do have students taking regular Algebra 1, 1A, 1B, or Algebra 1 in general. And during the walkthrough in October, it appeared that the students were only on Chapter 1. Based on our learning maps, the students should have been on Chapter 3. There were 3 students who, although are parentally placed there, their only service of need is speech. So the question to the review team was, is that the best placement for those students? We're going to circle back to this top one in regards to a high need for a certified school counselor. That has since been rectified, but there are additional conversations that need to be added. At the time of the visit, though, there was not a certified counselor, which is a concern in regards to providing accuracy for schedule. They do serve high school students, so making sure they're satisfying those graduation requirements. The master schedule has significant layering of courses and grade levels. It is the charter review team's recommendation to eliminate the stacking of different content areas, courses, and stacking of grade levels, meaning elementary and secondary in the same class period. So what I mean by that is, so for example, we have a staff member here who during 5th period teaches 2 students access geometry, 3 students grade 4 math, 2 students grade 5 math, 4 students MJ US history, 3 students MJ civics, 2 students MJ world history, and 1 student Algebra 1A, and all of those are access courses. That is all in one class period. And that's just one example of what we discovered in their master schedule that was of its huge concern for the charter review team. Another major concern is in a recent grad check, they do have 6 seniors scheduled this year. As we started uncovering their academic record, we noticed huge discrepancies in regards to the students' eligibility to graduate. We did call in a meeting. The school responded quickly. They did come within a 24-hour notice. We did have an extensive 2-hour-plus meeting to work through all of these concerns. And again, I circle back to having a certified guidance counselor on staff could have maybe helped preempt some of those concerns. After the conclusion of that meeting, the next day, the principal did notify me they hired a guidance counselor. So I think they understood the magnitude of that position. Teacher certification is an ongoing concern at the school, with not all certified in ESE, content area, reading endorsement, and ESOL endorsement. There's a low percentage of highly qualified teachers that are fully certified according to FLDOE requirements. Again, based on their January board minutes, 13 teachers on their staff are considered long-term subs. And with that, if you have 13 vacancies, there are currently no employment opportunities posted on their website. When you click on employment opportunities, when you click on it, it does take you to another link. When you click on the link for employment, it tells you that the link is no longer active. In October, when we had our face-to-face site meeting, the school had plans to purchase the current facility that they were in. As of mid-January, with a phone conversation with the CPA and the executive director principal, They notified us that they intended to no longer try to purchase the building at that time, but they were going to extend the current lease. They did provide a copy of the lease. The lease does have an expiration date of October 31st of 2023. Upon further research, based on Grace Lutheran Church's website, they have indicated that the church has since bought the building from the owner, but Language and Literacy does have the option to stay through the 23-24 school year. I have no other updates in regards to their future plans and or what that's going to look like for the students and the staff. Financial concerns. In April of 2020, that was right when the world shut down, Polk County Public Schools, in partnership with the Finance Department, did have to send a formal notification to Language and Literacy indicating that they had a negative fund balance to the tune of negative $95,555. In May of 2020, the school notified the district that they had received their very first PPP loan. Therefore, they were no longer in the negative, so Polk County Public Schools took no further action, as we aren't obligated to at that point. The school has an ending unassigned fund balance of 2.76%. Both of their PPP loans have been forgiven. Language and Literacy does receive supplemental revenue from Charter School Capital. Without access to these funds, it is the district's opinion that the school's expenditures, the school's expenditures do exceed their current revenue. Without access to those funds, it is potential that their balance would continue to remain negative. However, for the remainder of the 22-23 school year, Polk County Public Schools is scheduled to mail their January, March, April, and May FEFPs payment directly to Charter School Capital if warranted. So from our understanding, the way it was explained, Charter School Capital sends those assignments ahead of time. Therefore, if Language and Literacy does need the extra revenue, they reach out directly to Charter School Capital, they get the money, and then it's in turn paid back as needed. If Language and Literacy does not need to access any funds from Charter School Capital, if we do by chance mail the FEF payment directly to Charter School Capital, Charter School Capital does turn around and send it right back to Language and Literacy. Language and Literacy did provide notification from their CPA that they do plan to move away from relying on Charter School Capital. However, they're not looking to forecast that until the 24-25 school year. Their current monthly revenue has decreased by approximately $75,000 based on their updated October 2022 FTE reporting. If the expenditures remain consistent with prior month, the fund balance will be negative. Language and Literacy provided a 15-year revenue projected budget as required because they asked for a 15-year contract, which included capital outlay, Medicaid reimbursement, and donations. All of these items are subject to change and are not guaranteed revenue. For example, Medicaid reimbursement typically runs 2 quarters behind, and capital outlay funds are allocated to eligible charter schools by Section 1013, establishes eligible criteria and allocations, procedures, and distribution of capital outlay funds to the charter schools, and that gets verified every year. And these are the actual capital outlay requirements. That's not something we typically discuss, so I did want to make sure I provided what those requirements are for you. So in their application, this is for their 15-year, the length of their contract that they're requesting. These would be the enrollment projections that they would like to add to serving students of ESE needs. Now, my next slide is just to let you know is how the charter review team voted. Please know, we had extensive conversation. We had several meetings. Mr. Bridges did provide legal counsel in regards to what does it mean to non-renew. We did have extensive conversation on what it would look like if we offered them a 1 year. There was extensive conversation on what is the minimum we are required to give them. But at the end of the day, 7 voted to approve. However, there was a caveat that they wanted to ensure that there were some conditions and provisions in a renewal process that would come through contract negotiations. That was the only way the 7 felt comfortable providing any type of a renewal with the conditions being attached. 1 member did vote to deny. And then the 7 that voted to approve with conditions were split between the 2 and the 3 years. Next steps will be, this will come back to you at the February 28th board meeting for the superintendent's recommendation and a vote. And then if approved, the general counsel, myself, and the school would move into contract negotiations. If you voted to non-renew, general counsel and myself would then be drafting a letter to meet statute language to notify the school of the board's vote to non-renew. Any questions?
All right, thank you very much. Couple of things. First of all, when you indicated the information regarding the curriculum and having all those different classes in one class, that needs to be very strictly monitored because I don't know what type of learning is happening in that environment. Being married to a teacher, if he had to teach 7 classes within one class, that would be a wee bit difficult, to say the least. So I'm really uncomfortable with the curriculum piece that I've heard this morning. And I'm going on record saying that because I think they need to do something about it. Secondly, you indicated that there were 13 vacancies, substitute teachers. That's a vacancy to me, but okay, it's a substitute teacher, but with no plans to fill that. So a couple questions. Number one is 13 teachers or substitute teachers out of how many total for the school?
So they have, when I pull their master schedule, they have 30 staff members, but that includes all of their therapists because students, when they have therapy,
Yes, ma'am.
the students get scheduled into therapy. So the therapists do appear on the master schedule. I would have to pull how many of instructional staff.
That's what I'm asking. But I'm going to assume that substitute teachers are more than half of the current academic staff that are teaching core academic classes. I might be wrong, but that would be a guess. And that is,
Yes, if there's 30
Right.
people on their master schedule,
Right.
including therapists,
Yes.
and 13 are considered long-term subs.
right. We have an issue there. Now, I'm not trying to say anything negative against a long-term sub. We've all had them, and some are really excellent because they've been in that job for a number of years. So I'm not saying anything. It's just, it's a little bit alarming that there wouldn't at least be the opportunity to hire a permanent teacher for those children. And I don't know why, but that's a question I would like you to ask. What is their plans to move forward? Are they waiting for those long-term subs to get their certificate? I mean, there's a myriad of questions, okay. Because those children deserve better. That completes my questions for this morning. I'm just sad to hear about that, and I'm not very favorable personally at this point in time to renew a contract based on what I'm hearing, and of course, the Charter Review Committee's comments as well. So I'll be sure to go through that. When are we voting on this? How much?
It'll come back to the board February 28th for the board vote.
In 2 weeks. Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you, Mr. Hyde, and thank you, Ms. Amato. I echo some of Ms. Cunningham's concerns. Can you talk a little bit about the fund balance? Because I know if we as a school district are under a 3% fund balance, we're sent into state takeover, or on that path at least. So statutorily, what are the requirements if their fund balance dips below 3%?
I'm going to refer to the finance expert, Ms. Jenkins, who sat in on numerous meetings with us, so she's very familiar.
There are recommendations for charter schools, but they're not held to the same 3% compliance that we are. However, it is recommended that they maintain a 3% fund balance. Looking forward, that recommendation is because some charter schools are owned and operated by corporations, whereas they have a multitude that they can fund. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Yeah, I think my biggest concern, aside 7 or 8 preps in one class period just sounds, I'm pretty sure I saw Stephanie's entire head roll in the back, that I just can't even imagine teaching that many classes at once. but my biggest concern, I think, is the finances and that it's just not sustainable moving forward, especially if adding in the PPP with the forgiveness only brought them up to not even 3%. And they're not showing a positive revenue in the future, a positive trend there. That I do have a lot of concerns, but I look forward to seeing what my other board members have to say.
Mr. Nolte?
I concur with my colleague said, because I know it's difficult to teach 1 or 2 preps, but to have more than 1 or 2 preps, that would be unbelievable. Did I hear you say that there were 6 openings, but they're not advertised?
7.
Or 7?
So they have 13 long-term subs.
Right.
And when I looked on their employment opportunities on their website, those positions are not posted as if they are actively searching for a full-time teacher.
Because I would think that if they're not posted on their website, that they're really not very actively looking for people. Because there's so many teachers out there that I think would love to have that opportunity. But I do appreciate your hard work and your colleagues' hard work, but that's a little big question mark in my mind. But thank you.
Dr. Allen?
Yeah, definitely some good discussion here, and appreciate the analysis and reflecting on that, the situation that you're observing in the classroom, and then you note the low percentage of fully certified teachers. What was the credential in that particular situation? I know we addressed the layered academic, rigor in a sense, I guess, or different class grade levels. What was the analysis of the certification level in a sense?
So in regards to the certification of the teachers that they currently have,
In that particular situation, yeah.
where I don't recall the teachers, I excluded names, so I'd have to go back and look on my original notes on regards to the teacher that was not following the curriculum map, so to speak, in Chapter 1, Chapter 3. Is that what you're asking for specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I think, when you're saying there was a low percentage of fully certified teachers.
Yes.
And then you unpacked that one situational analysis, I was curious if that particular instructor was actually even certified, is what I was asking.
Okay, I would have to go back and check the
Yeah.
teacher's name because I didn't include that in my note, or in my write-up. But I do know they do have 5 teachers currently on their staff that are listed temporary certificate out of field.
I see.
And then they have the 13 that are long-term subs.
Okay. And then, you mentioned that they did turn around and quickly hire a guidance counselor. Did we get an update on the budget in regards to that expenditure thereafter?
So the conversation where we met with the school in regards to the graduates, that just happened last week. So no, we have not received an updated budget from the CPA. We did have multiple conversations when we were diving into their budget that they provided, both their 15-year and their current budget. And we did have a phone conference with the CPA and we did ask for additional information. However, even the additional information we asked for wasn't necessarily what we needed. So it was very hard to dive in to determine that. But we do not have a new expenditure with the new guidance counselor.
Sure. Okay. Maybe one more. Oh, yeah, I was thinking on the building situation, right? So you're looking at, in a sense, a guaranteed 1-year extension on their lease, but with new ownership. So if we're looking at, say, a 3 or 4-year extension, is there any type of plan or anything like that if that was not available to them after this next year?
So we did find out after the charter review team voted, I did find out that the building had been purchased and language and literacy was only being provided another year. So that was information that was not available during the charter review team vote and conversation that came in after the fact. We do have schools that relocate. We had another situation with another school that did relocate in the middle of the summer. So it does happen. But considering the population of students that they serve, the ADA compliance, the beautiful playground that they just built, those are factors that would need to be concerned. They wouldn't necessarily be able to go into just any location. It would have to be something that could meet their needs.
Yeah.
So that is a question and a concern.
Yeah. And I was just wondering if there would be a potential to to hear from the new owners if they would do a multi-year contract on the property rather than a year-to-year lease, but
I can't speak for the church, but I do know at one time the church did occupy that building that they're in, and it did serve as their pre-K program. So I'm not sure if the church is looking to head back in that same direction. I haven't.
This information did not become available to us through the provider. We became aware of the housing issue through second and third party. So there is a lack of transparency here that we're also dealing with and seeking to address. So, and to your point, there are different certification requirements for elementary, middle, and high. In the case of 6 classrooms being taught, my concern rises not only, and you can absolutely teach a 3-4 class or a 4-5 class or a 1-2 class. Those combination classes happen all the time, especially in the world of special education. What becomes alarming is when you start infusing middle school and other courses, because the certifications do become far more explicit for those content areas. And even on a temporary certificate, I would find it hard to believe that they are well-knowledged and well-versed in that content area and are able to differentiate at a level commensurate with that type of strategy in the classroom. It's not possible.
yeah, and that was really at the core of my question.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think to Ms. Amato's point, we just need to go back and determine how many of those positions are instructional positions. I think we'll be surprised. I don't think we'll be surprised to find that a large number of them are. They're also cheaper. I mean, when you're looking at long-term subs, you don't have to have some of the same commitments that you do with traditional long-term employees, such as benefits. And so depending on the number of days they work, you can actually exclude them from actually qualifying for benefits. So, but it's just a numbers game. So I'm concerned about the finances, concerned about the instruction, concerned about their staffing, ultimately concerned about what their location would be. And I think Ms. Amato answered it the best she could. Even if the church were to tell us today, the current owner were to tell us today that, yes, they don't see an issue in the next 2-3 years, that could change overnight if all of a sudden they choose to open up their own facility and do something different for students. And as you know, as Florida looks to expand voucher opportunities, that will become an interest of many of our parochial and private entities. So it would not surprise me if they were to change their mind at a later date. I'm not saying they would, but these are things that we have to take into consideration. And so I think Ms. Amato and her team did a fabulous job evaluating the application prior to making a recommendation or bringing a recommendation to me. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I have a few questions, and unfortunately, I haven't been out to visit yet. I have been invited, and I plan to go. I have several questions.
Okay. I figured you would.
Only because this model, there are other model schools similar to this ESC. When you call it a center school, I don't want our center school staff to watch this. People need to understand that our center schools only teach access. So we don't have Florida standards classes in our center schools because of the type of students. We have the most significantly challenged students in center schools. And I'm not sure if that's the makeup of this school to understand that, but I'm sure I'll plan to visit. My question, many of them are on the finance end of it. And so charter school capital, when you say that, that's not a parent charter school company, that is a funding source.
Correct.
In the real estate world, we call it hard money lending. So these people it's not money they're holding. They're charging to hold that money, is what I understand them to be.
Yes, they do pay interest on the money. That's
high interest.
correct.
And so I don't want, with people with good intention trying to do good for students, this is the finance end is what will end up closing a school. So I have concerns about finances. If we took, let's say the long-term subs are working, but we need to find teachers for best practices. If we put in teacher salaries into that budget, what would how does that change the figures? Because then you're talking much more dollars exiting, and it looks like we're struggling already.
Without looking at numbers, I would have to probably agree with you, Mrs. Miller, that if we replaced the long-term subs with full-time certified teachers, that would have a huge negative impact on the budget.
Expenditures exceeding revenue.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
when is this coming to us? Do I have time for more questions at a later date?
So it does need to come to the board for a vote.
Okay.
On February 28th due to statutory language. I want to make sure I provide you all with the correct information and have an opportunity to explain that if you all choose to non-renew, we have to provide the school 90 days of notice prior to the end of the school year, which will be March 1st.
You said there's some information that was found out outside of the review committee, but you also said the votes to renew had a caveat of things. Can we have we sent us copies of that?
I have not provided you the copies of that because it's not a compiled list of all the departments.
Okay.
It is, but we do have some from finance, we have some from ESE, and we have some from certification.
I would like to see what your committee, who said we're going to renew this, but we'd like to see things happen. I would like to see that list. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Sharpless?
I was wondering if Wes could speak to this. I know during the presentation, it was mentioned that you had a conversation with the Charter Review Committee. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think I heard this. What it means for our district if we don't renew, or versus a 1 year, a 2 year, or a 3 year. Legally, what does that mean for us? I was just wondering if you could recap briefly what you mentioned to the committee.
Essentially, the standards for non-renewing charter are similar to the standards for terminating one. And they basically are significant departures from legal requirements, and especially in the financial world. What we've discovered through the years with regard to charter schools is that politically they have received some favor in Tallahassee and nationally through the years. And so you can go up if you wish to non-renew or terminate a charter school. That is a tough row to hoe, except when the rationale for it is financial. That is one area where the State Board of Education and previously the Cabinet have listened carefully to what districts have said. So we know that it is difficult when you wish to non-renew or to terminate a charter school. So we went through that stuff pretty thoroughly, and we will also go through that pretty thoroughly when we make this presentation to the school board. And I'm glad you asked the question. I wanted to point out that charter school capital is a lender. They're a commercial lender, and they lend to charter schools. We're all watching right now as a society, as people find themselves in financial difficulty because they're living on credit. Credit card companies charge usurious interest rates, and it's not a question of paying back principal. It's a question of whether you can maintain the payment on the interest. And I think that is a reality that is present here. And if a school is relying on borrowed capital to maintain a fund balance, I have an idea that ultimately the accountants and the auditors are going to pull the plug on that. So if in fact this fund balance is based on revenues that are either borrowed or are non-recurring, those things that we're going to have to pay attention to, and in time, as things unfold, that may be it may be a problem for the school. Now, that said, I think the one important thing to consider is the statute does talk about long-term charters. And it tells you that in certain circumstances, charters are entitled to or should be given long-term contracts, 15 years. This school does not fit under that statute. So this is one where we have the option to look at shorter terms. I will tell you that if you try to renew a charter school for 1 year, that puts you in the position of having to start looking at non-renewal immediately upon renewal. It really does not give much time to to try to solve problems and improve. So I think that's why the Charter Review Committee has looked at 2- and 3-year contracts there. Whether the school would agree to that, I have no idea. They've asked for a 15-year contract. My impression was that I don't know that there was anybody on the Charter School Review Committee who was interested in investing in that length of time based on the current difficulties. Candy, do you know what the current enrollment of the school is?
They're sitting at about 290 students.
290. And if you look, they've included projected enrollments. They based their budget on projected enrollments of 350 for the next 3 years and going up to 500 over the next 15. And so that's a question as well.
And the budget that they provided did have the funds commingled rather than separated. And we did ask the CPA to update the budget so that the funds were not commingled, just to have a better indication of the budget matches.
So there are a lot of issues here that have been scrutinized closely. And once again, you know, it is a high bar if you want to terminate or non-renew a charter school, but this is one where there are enough questions, enough red flags, I guess, if you will, that have run up the flagpole that suggest it's worth closely monitoring and making hard decisions based on facts and trying to get emotion out of the conversation as much as possible. But we'll have a more in-depth presentation about the factors that go into it. And if you have, I know several of the board members have been through non-renewals and terminations before and have seen the gyrations and the difficulties that are associated with that, the costs, both in terms of money and in terms of political capital. So we'll have those conversations very carefully, but if you wish to give me a call and go through individual questions and circumstances, I'd certainly be open to that.
And I got one additional question for Superintendent Hyde. Will this be brought back at the work session on the 28th or straight to the board meeting? All right, thank you.
Okay, my mic is on, I believe. Thank you. Just a couple questions. I didn't realize they were only at 290 right now. Do we expect that they'll have more than a 20% increase by next school year? Because it looks like they're projecting 350 for the 23-24 school year.
Based on the fact that they do provide transportation, I see that, you know, where they're eliminating the transportation as a barrier for the population of students that they serve. It is feasible to say they could potentially reach the 350.
Okay. Is that their current enrollment cap is 350?
No, their current enrollment cap is 290.
Okay, so it would come back to us again for an increased enrollment cap?
No, and if the application is approved and it goes through contract negotiations and they come back at 350, that would be their cap.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I just wanted to mention is that I think it was Dr. Allen that asked about the organization that bought the building, if they'd be interested in leasing back. They came out with a pretty excited statement this week about being able to expand their classrooms at their school to be able to have increased security, making a new office suite. They're already working on designs, I believe, of how they're going to be using that building as soon as they gain access back to it. So it sounds, at least from the murmurings in the area, that will be unlikely because they've got some big plans over there. So that's all I had.
Mr. Bridges, I don't know if you're a carryover or you still have comments. Oh, that was
speak about the charter school capital funding and the question of whether they were relying on borrowed money to reach their end fund balance, and to talk about the enrollment as well.
Ms. Miller?
I have a question that the chair brought up with building. So we've had another charter school with similar issues finding a building. And in the end, the students, once it gets out that there's not a building in place, or different than other, we've had one charter school have a building fund, raise capital, and had the plan to the public that they're going to go here, they're going to build their building, and they've done that. Another charter, I've sat here and heard their intent for a building, it never happened, and slowly kids started leaving that school until they were less than probably 15 even enrolled. So what are the rules with charter maintaining or securing the building within that contract period?
Unfortunately, there isn't a requirement. They have to notify us 30 days prior to school starting where they're going to locate and provide us a copy of the new lease.
Can you remind, you don't have to name the school, can you remind me what happened to that school that could not, are they even around anymore?
Yes, so the school that you're referencing did land a location. They did have to delay their start of school. They
Okay.
started after Labor Day, but they are fully functioning and
Okay, good.
They have students.
But there's no, what's their student?
Their student population is around 17, 18
Students.
students, yes.
Okay, that's a concern for building. Well, I can ask later. Thank you.
Ms. Amato, you're in the clear. There are no further questions or comments at this time.
All right, I'm running.
Thank you very much for doing your due diligence. Thank you, board members. At this time, we are running slightly ahead of schedule. I would still recommend that we go ahead and take our scheduled break. We will have lunch from 12 to 1, and then we will go to closed session, if I recall correctly. We'll return to open. We will then immediately subsequently go into closed session for attorney-client session, and then we'll come back at approximately 1:30 to finalize the three last topics before us today in today's workshop. So, with that being stated, we can conclude. We can go to. Thank you.
Hit the gavel.
Welcome back to our Valentine's work session for February 14th, 2023. And we will now recess this meeting to go into our attorney-client privilege session. And I believe, Wes, you have to give a little spiel.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We announced earlier at the last meeting that the need for an attorney-client session pursuant to Florida Statute 286.011, which says that the school board can meet privately with its counsel to discuss matters that are currently in litigation for the purposes of settlement negotiation and litigation strategy. There are two matters that I wish to bring to your attention. I think that this should be fairly quick. As we've gone over before, these meetings are closed to the public, but we do have a court reporter. We should be having a court reporter.
She's in the other room.
They're moving her.
Okay. Then we need to, I'll wait to finish that till she gets here.
Yep.
We have to announce it.
Do they have a hook?
Yes, they have a hook. I've been hunting, I found it.